slept at all. And the scary part, it kept getting worse. We tried everything. Cutting carbs, diabetic-friendly snacks, even walking after every meal. But nothing really worked. Nothing actually helped. And
$100. The number followed him like a shadow, whispering all the problems it could solve, all the stress it could eliminate. Back in his apartment, he opened the laptop and returned to his search. He'd identified Elizabeth Chen, located her last known position, and even made contact with her hotel. The logical next step was to arrange a meeting to complete the mission he'd assigned himself. But now, with Eddie's offer fresh in his memory, every click felt like choosing difficulty over simplicity. The phone buzzed in his hand, another incoming call, this one from Sarah, assistant. Marcus could imagine the conversation happening in some high-rise office. Elizabeth pacing behind her desk, asking for updates every hour, growing more frantic as the day wore on without news. Her assistant would be fielding calls, coordinating with hotel staff, maybe even hiring private investigators to track down a device that contained the only videos of a daughter who... Marcus stopped that line of thinking before it could form completely. The business articles he'd read mentioned Isabella in present tense, but something about Elizabeth's expression in the photos suggested loss, grief carefully managed, but never fully hidden. The way she looked at the camera when Isabella was in frame like she was trying to memorize something that might disappear. He needed to know for sure. Marcus spent the next 2 hours diving deeper into Elizabeth Chen's digital footprint, looking for information about Isabella. What he found made his chest tight and his resolve unshakable. A brief mention in a tech industry blog from 6 months ago, written with the careful language of corporate sympathy, Meridian Technologies CEO Elizabeth Chen returns to work following family tragedy. Another search revealed the details, buried in a small local newspaper article that probably hadn't been read by more than a few hundred people. Isabella Chen, age 6, killed in a car accident while visiting her grandmother in San Francisco. The other driver had been texting, ran a red light, and turned a routine trip to the grocery store into the kind of nightmare that rewrote entire lives. Marcus set the laptop aside and picked up the phone, staring at Isabella's frozen smile with new understanding. This wasn't just a lost device, it was a memorial, a digital shrine to a child who would never grow up. The photos and videos trapped behind the lock screen weren't just memories. They were the last evidence that Isabella Chen had existed, had laughed, had brought joy to a world that suddenly seemed much darker without her. No amount of money was worth taking that away from Elizabeth. Not $800, not $8,000, not enough to solve every problem Marcus had ever faced. Some things were more valuable than survival, and a mother's last connection to her daughter was definitely one of them. Marcus picked up his phone and dialed the Peninsula Beverly Hills, asking to be connected to the concierge desk. "This is Marcus Rivera," he said when the call connected. "I spoke with you earlier about Ms. Chen's phone. I'd like to arrange a meeting to return it personally." "Certainly, Mr. Rivera. I can have a courier." "No courier," Marcus interrupted. "I want to meet Ms. Chen face to face. Can you arrange that?" There was a pause, the sound of computer keys clicking in the background. "Ms. Chen is at our Century City location this evening. Would 9 p.m. be acceptable?" Marcus looked at his watch. 6:30 p.m. Enough time to shower, put on his best shirt, and drive across the city to meet a billionaire in a hotel that probably cost more per night than he made in a month. 9 p.m. works, he said. "Excellent. I'll inform Ms. Chen's security team. You'll want to use the private entrance on Avenue of the Stars." Security team, private entrance. Marcus was about to enter a world so far removed from his own that it might as well have been another planet. But somewhere in that world was a woman who needed to know that her daughter's smile was safe, that the last videos of Isabella's voice would come home. Marcus spent the remaining time preparing for a meeting he couldn't quite imagine. He showered with soap that had seen better days, shaved with a razor blade he'd been stretching for 2 weeks, and put on the only dress shirt he owned, a blue Oxford, that had been his interview shirt, his funeral shirt, and his first date shirt for longer than he cared to remember. The drive to Century City took 40 minutes through traffic that moved like blood through narrowed arteries. Marcus's truck looked increasingly out of place as he navigated streets lined with luxury cars and buildings that scraped the sky. By the time he found the hotel, he felt like an imposter in his own life. The peninsula Beverly Hills Century City was the kind of place that whispered wealth instead of shouting it. Understated elegance, marble that looked like it had been quarried from mountains built specifically for the purpose, and staff who moved with the silent efficiency of people paid to anticipate needs before they were expressed. Marcus parked his truck next to a Tesla that probably cost more than his apartment rent for 3 years and walked toward the private entrance on Avenue of the Stars. His hands were sweating despite the cool evening air, and the phone in his pocket felt heavier with each step. A man in a dark suit approached him before he reached the door. Security, obviously, with the kind of alertness that suggested military or police background. "Mr. Rivera?" "That's me." The security guard nodded and spoke into a nearly invisible earpiece. "He's here." "No, just him." "Understood." He looked back at Marcus. "Ms. Chen will see you in the executive lounge. Follow me." The elevator ride to the top floor was silent, except for the whisper of expensive machinery. Marcus watched the city shrink below them through glass walls that made him feel like he was flying. When the doors opened, he stepped into a world that existed in a different economic atmosphere than anything he'd ever experienced. The executive lounge was all clean lines and soft lighting, with floor-to-ceiling windows that turned Los Angeles into a glittering circuit board. A woman sat alone at a table near the windows, her silhouette backlit by city lights that stretched to the horizon. Elizabeth Chen looked exactly like her photos, but somehow more real, more present. She was beautiful in the way that successful people often were not just genetics, but confidence, purpose, and the kind of self-possession that came from making decisions that affected thousands of people. But her eyes held something the business magazines couldn't capture, a depth of sadness that made Marcus's chest ache just looking at her. She stood as he approached, extending a hand that was smaller than he'd expected, but firm in its grip. "Mr. Rivera," she said, her voice carrying the slight accent of someone who'd learned English as a second language, but spoke it better than most native speakers. "Thank you for coming." Marcus pulled the phone from his pocket and set it on the table between them. The cracked screen caught the light from the city below, but the wallpaper was still visible. Isabella's smile radiating joy across time and loss. Elizabeth stared at the device for a long moment, her composure cracking just slightly. When she looked up at Marcus, her eyes were bright with unshed tears. "You have no idea what this means to me," she said softly. Marcus thought about Isabella's accident, about the videos trapped behind the lock screen, about a mother's last connection to a daughter who would never grow up. He thought about $800 in Eddie's pawn shop and the choice between survival and decency. "Yes," he said quietly. "I think I do." The convoy appeared at the end of Roosevelt Avenue like a mirage made of German steel and tinted glass. 3 black SUVs moved in perfect formation down the potholed street, their pristine surfaces reflecting the afternoon sun with the kind of brightness that made everything around them look shabby by comparison. Marcus stood in the doorway of his empty garage, wiping his hands on a rag that had seen better decades, and watched wealth approach his world with the quiet inevitability of a thunderstorm. He'd spent the morning trying to make the place presentable, which was like putting cologne on a corpse that might smell better, but it was still fundamentally dead. The repo men had left behind the skeleton of his dreams. Empty tool chests, oil stains that mapped out years of honest work, and the kind of bone-deep exhaustion that came from watching everything you'd built disappear into the back of a truck. But Elizabeth Chen was coming, and something about their brief conversation at the peninsula had convinced Marcus that she deserved better than meeting him in a place that looked like giving up. So he'd swept the floors, organized what little he had left, and even bought a can of air freshener that claimed to smell like new car scent, but mostly just smelled like chemicals trying too hard. The lead SUV pulled into his lot with the whisper of expensive engineering, followed by the other 2 in a choreography that spoke of security protocols and threat assessments. Marcus had seen enough military convoys to recognize the pattern-known lead vehicle, one principal transport, one rear guard. This wasn't just wealth traveling. This was wealth that understood it needed protection. The passenger door of the middle vehicle opened first, and a man emerged who looked like he'd been pressed from the same mold as every Secret Service agent Marcus had ever seen on television. Dark suit, earpiece, and the kind of alertness that suggested he could kill someone with a ballpoint pen if the situation required it. He scanned the garage, the street, the neighboring buildings with professional paranoia before speaking into his sleeve. Clear, Marcus heard him say, though the word was probably meant for ears other than his. The rear door opened, and Elizabeth Chen stepped out like she was emerging from a different century. Everything about her was precise, calculated, perfect, from the tailored charcoal blazer that probably cost more than Marcus's truck to the black heels that somehow managed to look practical and elegant at the same time. Her hair was pulled back in a way that suggested she'd been in meetings all day, making decisions that affected stock prices and quarterly reports, and the kinds of numbers Marcus couldn't even conceptualize. But it was her eyes that stopped him. In the business photos, in the tech magazine interviews, Elizabeth Chen had looked composed, confident, untouchable. The woman walking toward his garage looked like she'd been carrying the weight of the world for so long that she'd forgotten what it felt like to stand up straight. Marcus stepped forward, suddenly aware of the oil stains on his work shirt, the stubble he hadn't had time to shave, the way his garage probably looked to someone who lived in boardrooms and penthouse suites. This was a mistake, he realized. He should have met her at the hotel, neutral territory where they were both visitors instead of her slumming in his world. "Miss Chen," he said, extending a hand that bore the permanent evidence of working with engines, calluses, scars, and fingernails that were clean but would never be soft. "Mr. Rivera," she replied, her handshake firm but brief. "Thank you for agreeing to meet here." Her voice carried the same controlled precision he'd heard on the phone, but there was something underneath it, now a tremor so slight he might have imagined it. She glanced around the garage, taking in the empty bays, the missing equipment, the general air of a business that had died slowly and was now being displayed like a corpse. "I hope you don't mind," she continued, "but I brought some security. Protocol requires—" "I understand," Marcus interrupted gently. "When you have something worth protecting, you protect it." Something in her expression shifted at those words, a micro-expression that suggested she wasn't sure what she had left that was worth protecting. But it passed quickly, replaced by the professional mask he'd seen in her corporate headshots. The security detail positioned themselves strategically around the garage's perimeter, close enough to respond to threats, but far enough away to provide the illusion of privacy. Marcus led Elizabeth toward the center of the space, where he'd set up 2 folding chairs beside his desk, the only furniture that hadn't been repossessed because it was too worthless to bother with. "Can I offer you something to drink?" Marcus asked, then immediately regretted it. His selection consisted of tap water, instant coffee, and a Dr. Pepper that had been in his mini-fridge since before his world collapsed. "I don't have much, but I'm fine," Elizabeth said, settling into one of the chairs with the careful grace of someone who was used to boardroom tables and leather that cost more than most people's cars. "Thank you." Marcus sat across from her, acutely aware of the distance between their worlds. Her purse probably cost more than he made in a good month. Her watch, a sleek device that looked like it could run a small corporation from her wrist, represented more money than he'd ever held at one time, but none of that mattered as much as the reason she was here. He pulled the phone from his pocket, its cracked screen catching the fluorescent light that still flickered overhead. The device looked somehow smaller in the space between them, but no less significant. Marcus had carried it for 3 days now, and in that time it had become more than just lost property. It was a responsibility, a trust, a window into someone else's grief. "Before I give this back," Marcus said carefully, "I need you to know that I saw some of the photos. Not intentionally, just what showed up on the lock screen. I know about Isabella." Elizabeth's composure cracked like ice under pressure. It wasn't dramatic, no sudden tears or sharp intake of breath, but Marcus saw the moment when her professional facade couldn't hold the weight of what she was carrying. Her hands, which had been folded in her lap with corporate precision, began to tremble slightly. "How much do you know?" she asked, her voice steady but strained. Enough, Marcus said. Enough to understand that this isn't just a phone. He placed the device on the small table between them, and Elizabeth stared at it like it might explode. The wallpaper was still visible through the cracked screen, Isabella's smile radiating pure joy across time and loss. Marcus watched Elizabeth's face as she looked at her daughter's image, and he saw something that no amount of money could buy or fix. A mother's love confronting the impossible mathematics of grief. She would have been 8 next month, Elizabeth said quietly, her voice barely above a whisper. April 15th. We were planning a party unicorns and rainbows because that's what she loved. She wanted to invite her entire class, including the boy who pulled her hair during recess because she said everyone deserved cake. Marcus felt his chest tighten. He'd imagined this conversation a dozen different ways during the drive over, but none of his scenarios had prepared him for the raw honesty in Elizabeth's voice. The accident happened on a Tuesday, she continued, still staring at the phone. I was in a board meeting, arguing about quarterly projections, when the call came. The other driver was texting, ran a red light. Isabella died on impact. The words hung in the air between them like smoke from a fire that would never fully burn out. Marcus had seen death before too much of it, in places where it came with uniforms and purpose, and the illusion that it served some greater good. But this was different. This was random, senseless, the kind of loss that made people question whether the universe had any plan at all. This phone, Elizabeth said, reaching toward it but not quite touching it, contains the last videos I'll ever have of her voice. The last time she said, I love you, Mommy. The last time she laughed at one of her own terrible jokes. When I lost it, I thought. She didn't finish the sentence, but Marcus understood. When Elizabeth lost the phone, she thought she'd lost Isabella all over again. There are backup services, Marcus said gently. Cloud storage, automatic uploads. Elizabeth shook her head. Isabella liked to play with my phone when I was working. She would take videos of herself singing, dancing, just being 6 years old. Most of them never got uploaded. They only exist on this device. Marcus looked at the cracked screen with new understanding. This wasn't just a smartphone, it was a time capsule, a digital museum containing artifacts of a life cut short. Every gigabyte of storage held something irreplaceable, a laugh, a story, a moment of pure childhood wonder that would never be repeated. I hired investigators, Elizabeth continued, posted rewards on social media, had my security team check every pawn shop and electronics store in 3 states. When your hotel called yesterday, I thought. She paused, composing herself. I thought it was another false lead. But you came anyway. I would have flown to Alaska if someone had claimed they found it. Hope makes you do desperate things. Marcus understood desperation. He'd been living with it for months, watching his business die by degrees, making choices between dignity and survival. But his desperation was about money, about keeping the lights on and putting food on the table. Elizabeth's desperation was about something far more fundamental, the need to hold on to pieces of someone who couldn't be held anymore. Mr. Rivera, she said, finally looking up from the phone to meet his eyes. I need you to understand something. In my world, everything has a price. Loyalty, silence, even kindness, it all comes with a transaction cost. But what you did, returning this instead of selling it, that's not something I know how to calculate. Marcus felt heat rise in his cheeks. He didn't want to be celebrated for doing what anyone decent would do. I'm not looking for praise, Miss Chen. I just wanted to get it back to where it belonged. Please, call me Elizabeth. She reached into her purse and pulled out a checkbook, an actual physical checkbook, like something from a different era. I'd like to offer you a reward, something substantial, to show my appreciation. Marcus watched her pen hover over the check, and for a moment he imagined what she might write. 10,000? 20? Enough to save his garage, restart his business, maybe even expand into the kind of operation he'd always dreamed about. The practical voice in his head was screaming at him to let her write whatever number felt appropriate to a billionaire's gratitude. That's not necessary, he said instead. Elizabeth looked up at him, her pen still poised. Mr. Rivera, I've done my research. I know about your garage, about the repossession, about your financial situation. This could help you get back on your feet. Marcus felt something cold settle in his stomach. You investigated me? I investigate everyone. It's not personnel, it's prudent. Elizabeth's tone became more businesslike, as if discussing due diligence made her more comfortable than talking about grief. You're a Marine veteran, honorably discharged, with PTSD but no criminal record. You opened Rivera Auto Service 3 years ago, focusing on affordable repairs for low-income customers. You've been consistently late on payments for the past 8 months, and yesterday, your equipment was repossessed for non-payment. Each fact hit Marcus like a small punch to the chest. His life reduced to a background check, his struggles summarized in bullet points that probably took someone all of 10 minutes to compile. You also, Elizabeth continued, her voice softening slightly, provide free automotive service to elderly customers and single mothers. According to your neighbors, you fixed dozens of cars without charging labor costs, often eating the price of parts yourself. Marcus looked down at his hands, embarrassed by his own decency being cataloged like evidence in a court case. That's just good business. Take care of your community, and it takes care of you. Except it didn't, did it? Elizabeth asked gently. Taking care of your community bankrupted you. The truth of it stung because it was so completely accurate. Marcus had built his business on the radical idea that poor people deserved honest automotive service at fair prices. He charged what people could afford instead of what the market would bear, and it had slowly strangled his ability to stay solvent. Good intentions, as it turned out, didn't pay rent or keep the lights on. I don't regret it, Marcus said, which was mostly true. He regretted being naive about the economics of kindness, but he didn't regret helping people who needed help. I didn't think you would. Elizabeth set down her pen and closed the checkbook. Which is why I'm having trouble understanding why you won't let me help you. Because some things shouldn't be about money. The words came out sharper than Marcus intended, carrying the weight of 3 days spent deciding whether to sell the phone or return it. Elizabeth studied his face like she was trying to decode a language she didn't quite understand. Everything is about money, Mr. Rivera. That's not cynicism, it's reality. Food costs money. Housing costs money. The ability to help other people costs money. She gestured around the empty garage. Your kindness is admirable, but it's also unsustainable. Marcus felt anger rising in his chest, hot and immediate. Not at Elizabeth, she was just stating facts that happened to be uncomfortable, but at a world that made those facts true. You want to know why I won't take your money? He said, his voice tight with controlled emotion. Because the moment I do, what I did becomes a transaction. I returned your phone because it was the right thing to do, not because I was hoping for a payday. Taking a reward turns kindness into business, and there's already too much business in the world. Elizabeth leaned back in her chair, studying him with the intensity of someone accustomed to reading people for a living. That's very noble, but nobility doesn't fix transmissions or pay rent. No, it doesn't, Marcus admitted, but it lets me sleep at night. They sat in silence for a long moment, the phone between them like a bridge neither quite knew how to cross. Outside, the sounds of the neighborhood continued traffic, distant music, the ordinary symphony of people trying to get through another day. Inside the garage, two people from different worlds tried to find common ground in the space between loss and decency. Elizabeth picked up the phone, her fingers tracing the edges of the cracked screen with the reverence reserved for sacred objects. May I? She began, then stopped. Would it be inappropriate if I played one of the videos? I know you said you didn't look at them, but go ahead, Marcus said softly. Elizabeth's fingers moved across the screen with practiced ease, navigating to a folder marked with a heart emoji. She selected a video and turned the phone so Marcus could see the screen. The image was shaky, clearly shot by small hands, but the audio was crystal clear. Mommy, look! Isabella's voice filled the garage, bright and uninhibited. I made up a song about dinosaurs. What followed was the kind of performance that only 6-year-old children could deliver, enthusiastic, off-key, and absolutely sincere. Isabella sang about friendly dinosaurs who ate vegetables and helped their friends, her voice rising and falling with the natural rhythm of someone who had never learned to be self-conscious. Marcus watched Elizabeth's face as she listened to her daughter's voice. The professional mask was gone completely now, replaced by something raw and unguarded. She smiled through tears that she didn't bother to wipe away, her finger tracing the outline of Isabella's face on the screen. She wrote 17 songs, Elizabeth said when the video ended. All of them about animals or rainbows or why vegetables were secretly candy in disguise. She was going to be a songwriter when she grew up, or a veterinarian, or maybe a professional ice cream taster. She changed her mind every week. Marcus felt his own eyes burning. She sounds like she was amazing. She was. Elizabeth locked the phone and held it against her chest like she was hugging it. She was curious about everything, fearless in the way that only children can be. She asked me once why grown-ups always look so tired, and I told her it was because we forgot how to see magic in ordinary things. What did she say? Elizabeth smiled, the first genuine expression of happiness Marcus had seen from her. She said that was silly, because magic was everywhere if you just remembered to look for it. Then she spent the next hour pointing out all the magic I was missing, the way sunlight made rainbows and soap bubbles, how clouds looked like animals, the fact that flowers grew out of dirt, which was basically the best trick ever. Marcus thought about his own childhood, about the magic he'd forgotten in the process of becoming an adult who worried about rent and utility bills and whether his business would survive another month. When had he stopped looking for rainbows and soap bubbles? When had ordinary miracles become invisible? She sounds like a wise kid, he said, wiser than her mother. Elizabeth's voice carried the weight of regret that couldn't be fixed with money or time or anything else the world had to offer. I spent so much time building my company, securing her future, that I missed too much of her present. I thought I had years to make up for the bedtime stories I skipped, the playground visits I postponed, the magic I was too busy to see. Marcus understood that particular brand of regret. He'd spent years in the military thinking he was building something meaningful, serving something larger than himself, only to come home and discover that meaning was often found in smaller moments, fixing a neighbor's car, sharing coffee with a friend, choosing decency when no one was watching. For what it's worth, Marcus said carefully, I think what you built mattered too. The jobs you created, the technology that helps people, the example you set for other women in business, that's a different kind of magic. Elizabeth looked at him with surprise, as if she hadn't expected comfort from someone whose garage she'd invaded with security teams and corporate efficiency. Thank you, she said quietly. But magic doesn't ease the guilt. Guilt? About what? About not being there when it happened. About being in a meeting discussing profit margins while my daughter was. She stopped, unable to finish the sentence. Marcus leaned forward in his chair, his voice gentle but firm. Elizabeth, you couldn't have known. You couldn't have prevented it. Some things happen regardless of how careful we are, how much we love someone, how much money we have. I know that intellectually, she said, but knowing something and believing it are different things.
Kung palagi may tagas ng tubig kung lagayin mo, nandito lang ang solusyon para dyan, ang Japanese Nano Waterproof Product. Ito ang the best waterproofing na pamamaraan na available ngayon. Natatapalan ang lahat ng uri ng biyak sa mga gamit para sa waterproof na dingding, kisame, bubong, yero, terrace, toilet, walk-through at iba pa. Ligtas at napakadaling gamitin. Sobrang solid ito at wala talagang tatagas. Itong anti-mold na anti-corrosion ay naiiwasan din ng tubig. Ngayon kaya mo itong gawin ng mag-isa sa iyong tahanan. Mag-apply lamang ng isang layer glue sa area na kailangang tapalan. Kaya ang matuyo ng pusa at tapos na. Kaya bilis, umorder na kayo para makahabol sa discount.
They sat in the gathering dusk, two people, who had learned different lessons about loss and responsibility. Outside, the streetlights were beginning to flicker on, casting long shadows through the garage's windows. Elizabeth's security detail waited patiently by their vehicles, professional enough to give their principal space, but alert enough to respond to threats that probably didn't exist in Marcus's quiet neighborhood. "Mr. Rivera," Elizabeth said finally, "I want you to know that what you did today, returning Isabella's voice to me, it's the kindest thing anyone has done since she died. Most people don't know how to talk to grieving parents. They offer platitudes or avoid the subject entirely. But you saw what this phone really was, and you protected it." Marcus felt uncomfortable with praise for doing what seemed like the only decent option. "Anyone would have done the same thing." "No," Elizabeth said firmly. "They wouldn't have. I've learned that most people are good in theory, but practical when it matters. You chose to be good when it was expensive." She stood up, smoothing her blazer with the automatic gesture of someone accustomed to boardrooms and business meetings. "I'm going to leave my card," she said, pulling a simple white rectangle from her purse. "Not because I'm hoping you'll change your mind about the reward, but because I want you to know that if you ever need anything at all, I want to help." Marcus took the card, noting its understated elegance. Elizabeth Chen, CEO, Meridian Technologies. Below her name, a phone number that probably connected directly to someone who could solve problems with the kind of efficiency that only extreme wealth could provide. "I appreciate that," Marcus said, "but I still can't take your money." Elizabeth smiled, and for the first time since she'd arrived, it looked natural instead of polite. "I wasn't offering money. I was offering friendship. There's a difference." She walked toward the garage door, her heels clicking against the concrete with the measured rhythm of someone who had places to be and decisions to make. At the threshold, she turned back. "Marcus," she said, using his first name for the first time, "do you believe in magic?" He thought about Isabella's song, about Elizabeth's tears, about the choice between survival and decency that had somehow led to this moment. "I'm starting to," he said. Elizabeth nodded, as if that answer confirmed something she'd been hoping to hear. "Good, because I think Isabella would have liked you very much." The convoy departed as silently as it had arrived, 3 black SUVs disappearing into the Los Angeles twilight like expensive ghosts. Marcus stood in his empty garage, watching their taillights fade into traffic, and realized that he felt different than he had that morning. Not richer, his bank account was still approaching zero, and his rent was still due in 3 days, but lighter, somehow. Cleaner. He looked at Elizabeth's business card, then slipped it into his wallet next to the $47 that represented his entire liquid net worth. Tomorrow he would have to figure out how to survive without equipment, without prospects, without any clear path forward. But tonight, he had given a mother back her daughter's voice, and that felt like the most important work he'd ever done. In his pocket, his own phone buzzed with a text message. Marcus pulled it out, expecting another creditor, or maybe Tommy checking on him again. Instead, it was from an unknown number. "Thank you for reminding me that there are still good people in the world, E." Marcus smiled, typed back, "Thank you for reminding me why being good matters," and then walked home through streets that seemed somehow brighter than they had that morning. The 47th floor of the Meridian Technologies building offered a view that stretched from downtown Los Angeles to the Pacific Ocean, a panorama of ambition made manifest in steel and glass. Elizabeth Chen stood at the floor-to-ceiling windows of her corner office, watching the city pulse with the rhythm of 8 million people pursuing their own versions of success. But her mind wasn't on quarterly projections or market analysis. It was on a man in a garage who had chosen decency over survival, and she couldn't understand why that choice was haunting her. 3 days had passed since Marcus Rivera had returned Isabella's phone. 3 days since, she'd felt her daughter's presence so strongly that for a moment, sitting in that shabby garage, she'd forgotten that Isabella was gone. The phone now lived in Elizabeth's purse, charged and protected in a custom case that cost more than most people spent on groceries in a month. She found herself taking it out dozens of times each day, not to watch the videos, she wasn't ready for that yet, but just to feel its weight. to know that Isabella's voice was still there, waiting. But it wasn't just the phone that had stayed with her.
Siguro naman, may oras na imposible na siya. Sasagot sa pagkakong. Sa Ariel, posible. Para mas nanggalang sa nila na mag-ilaw, Annex Power Clean. Pwede hindi na pumili ng bago. Imposible na siya, posible sa Ariel.
An ordinary brush can leave more plaque behind, Lara. Well, plaque can lead you here paying for cavities. That's why I switched to Oral-B Electric. Its round brush head removed up to 100% more plaque. Don't let cavities make you pay.
It was Marcus himself, the way he'd looked at her with understanding rather than pity, the calm certainty with which he'd refused her money, the complete absence of calculation in his eyes when he'd handed over something that could have changed his life. In Elizabeth's world, everyone wanted something. Board members wanted power, investors wanted returns, employees wanted advancement, and even friends wanted access. But Marcus had wanted nothing except to do the right thing, and Elizabeth found herself thinking about him with the kind of obsessive focus she usually reserved for hostile takeovers and market disruptions. Her assistant, Sarah, appeared in the doorway with the quiet efficiency that had made her invaluable over the past 5 years. "Your 10 o'clock is here," she said, consulting the tablet that seemed permanently grafted to her left hand. The venture capital presentation for the Portland expansion. Elizabeth turned from the window, her reflection ghost-like in the glass. She was wearing her armor today, charcoal Armani suit that cost more than most people's cars, shoes that had been handcrafted in Milan, and jewelry that whispered wealth rather than shouting it. The uniform of someone who made decisions that affected thousands of jobs and millions of dollars. But underneath the executive facade, she felt restless, distracted by questions that had nothing to do with business. "Cancel it," she said. Sarah's stylist paused above her tablet. In 5 years, Elizabeth had never canceled a meeting without rescheduling immediately. She worked through holidays, family emergencies, and even the week after Isabella's funeral. Work was her sanctuary, her distraction, her proof that life continued even when it felt impossible. "Ma'am, cancel the 10 o'clock and the 11:30. Clear my schedule until 2. Elizabeth walked to her desk, a slab of polished granite that had once belonged to a tech mogul who'd lost everything in the dot-com crash. "I need you to do something for me." Sarah's fingers moved across her tablet with practiced efficiency, rearranging schedules and sending regrets with the kind of diplomatic language that made cancellations sound like opportunities. "What do you need?" Elizabeth hesitated, aware that what she was about to ask crossed several professional boundaries and probably a few legal ones. But the past 3 days had taught her that some curiosities couldn't be satisfied by wondering. "I want you to get me everything we can legally obtain about Marcus Rivera. Employment history, military records, financial status, personal background, the complete picture. Is this related to a potential acquisition? A business partnership?" Sarah was too professional to ask directly, but Elizabeth could hear the unspoken question. "Why are we investigating a broke mechanic?" "It's personal," Elizabeth said, which was both completely true and entirely inadequate as an explanation. Sarah nodded without pressing for details. She'd been managing Elizabeth's life long enough to know when her boss had made a decision that wouldn't be changed by questions or logic. "How quickly do you need this?" "By lunch. I'll make some calls." After Sarah left, Elizabeth tried to focus on the reports stacked on her desk: quarterly earnings from the software division, preliminary market research for the artificial intelligence project, legal briefs about patent disputes that could cost the company millions. But her concentration was fractured, pulled repeatedly back to the memory of Marcus sitting in that folding chair, refusing money he desperately needed because accepting it would change the meaning of what he'd done. She'd built her career on understanding people's motivations, on reading the subtext beneath what they said, and finding the leverage that would make them act in her company's interests. But Marcus had no subtext. He'd said exactly what he meant, and what he meant was that some things mattered more than money. In Elizabeth's experience, people who claimed that were usually lying to themselves or to her. But Marcus had been telling the truth, and that truth was interfering with her ability to think about anything else. At 11:47 a.m., Sarah returned with a file that was thicker than Elizabeth had expected. She set it on the desk with the care reserved for potentially explosive materials, which, given the circumstances, it might have been. "This is everything our investigators could compile on short notice," Sarah said. "Military records, employment history, financial information, some personal details from public sources, and interviews with neighbors." Elizabeth picked up the file, surprised by its weight. "Interviews with neighbors? You said you wanted the complete picture. Our people are very thorough." Sarah paused. "Ma'am, if you don't mind me asking, is there something I should be concerned about? Security-wise?" Elizabeth understood the subtext. In Sarah's mind, her boss was investigating a man who knew where she lived, what kind of car she drove, and when she was vulnerable. A man who had refused a substantial reward, which could indicate either exceptional integrity or concerning instability. "No security concerns," Elizabeth said. "Just curiosity." Sarah nodded and left Elizabeth alone with the file. For a moment, Elizabeth stared at the manila folder without opening it, aware that she was about to cross a line from which there might not be a graceful retreat. Marcus had returned Isabella's phone and asked for nothing in return. He'd shown her kindness without expecting reciprocation, and now she was having him investigated like a potential security threat. But curiosity won over ethics, as it usually did in Elizabeth's world. She opened the file. The first document was Marcus's military service record, and Elizabeth felt a sharp intake of breath as she read the details. Master Sergeant Marcus Rivera, United States Marine Corps, 8 years of active duty with 2 tours in Afghanistan. The list of commendations was impressive. Combat Action Ribbon, Purple Heart, Navy and Marine Corps, Achievement Medal, and several others that Elizabeth had to Google to understand their significance. The Purple Heart made her pause. She'd seen the small scar on Marcus's left hand when they'd shaken hands at the garage, but she hadn't thought about what it might represent. According to the file, Marcus had been injured by an improvised explosive device while leading a convoy security mission outside Kandahar. Shrapnel to his left arm and hand, minor traumatic brain injury, and what the military delicately termed psychological trauma consistent with combat stress. PTSD. The acronym appeared repeatedly in the psychiatric evaluations that followed Marcus's injury. Elizabeth read descriptions of insomnia, hypervigilance, anger management issues, and difficulty adjusting to civilian life. The clinical language couldn't capture what those symptoms actually meant. The nightmares, the way loud noises could send someone back to a war zone, the struggle to feel normal in a world that had never seen combat. Elizabeth thought about Marcus in his garage, how he'd moved with the careful economy of someone always aware of his surroundings, how he'd positioned himself with his back to the wall during their conversation. Details that had seemed like ordinary caution now took on different meaning. The next section covered Marcus's transition to civilian life, and Elizabeth found herself reading about a program called Veterans in Trades, which had provided job training and certification for former military personnel. Marcus had completed automotive technology courses at East Los Angeles College, graduating with honors and earning AC certifications in engine repair, electrical systems, and diagnostic testing. But it was the personal section that made Elizabeth's chest tighten. Subject was married to Carmen Rodriguez from July 2019 to January 2021, she read. Marriage produced 1 child, Sofia Rivera, born September 15, 2020. Marriage ended when subject's PTSD symptoms became incompatible with family stability. Subject has had no contact with child since separation. Elizabeth set the file down, her hands trembling slightly. Marcus had a daughter, a little girl he'd never met, who would be 4 years old now, somewhere in the world without knowing her father existed. The parallel to her own loss hit like a physical blow. She had a daughter she could never see again, and Marcus had a daughter he was forbidden to see. The investigator's notes provided additional context. Ex-wife relocated to Phoenix, Arizona, shortly after separation. Obtained restraining order, citing subject's unpredictable behavior and anger issues related to military trauma. Order was later modified to allow supervised visitation, but subject has not pursued contact. Elizabeth stared at that last line until the words blurred. Marcus had the legal right to see his daughter, but he'd chosen not to exercise it. Why? The man she'd met didn't seem like someone who would abandon his child, especially not after the way he'd protected Isabella's memory with such fierce gentleness. She flipped to the next section, which detailed Marcus's business history and financial situation. The numbers were stark. Rivera Auto Service had operated at a loss for 18 of its 36 months in business. Marcus had consistently undercharged for his services, often providing free labor to customers who couldn't afford full repairs. The file included testimonials from neighbors and customers that painted a picture of someone who turned automotive repair into a form of community service. "He fixed my transmission for the cost of parts," said Maria Gutierrez, 58, office cleaner. "When I told him I couldn't afford labor costs, he said the transmission was easy work and not to worry about it. That man kept my car running for 2 years without making a profit. Marcus rebuilt the engine in my son's pickup truck," said James Washington, 67, retired postal worker. "Charged me $300 for work that should have cost $1,500. When I asked why so cheap, he said old men and young fathers deserve a break." Elizabeth read testimonial after testimonial from single mothers, elderly customers, and young people trying to keep old cars running long enough to build better lives. Marcus had turned his garage into a charity disguised as a business, helping anyone who needed it and slowly bankrupting himself in the process. The final section of the file was the most recent, covering the repossession of Marcus's equipment and the effective end of Rivera Auto Service. The investigator had interviewed the repossession company, Marcus's landlord, and several neighbors who'd witnessed the equipment being loaded onto trucks. "He just stood there watching them take everything," said Tommy Valdez, identified as subject's closest friend. "Didn't argue, didn't make a scene, just watched 8 years of work disappear. But you know what he did the next day? Fixed Mrs. Chen's carburetor with hand tools because he'd promised her it would be ready." Elizabeth closed the file and walked back to her window, looking out at a city where Marcus was somewhere struggling to survive without the tools of his trade. The view that usually filled her with satisfaction, the visible proof of her success. Her ability to build something lasting now felt hollow. She commanded resources that could solve Marcus's problems with a phone call, but he'd refused her help because accepting it would change the meaning of his kindness. She thought about Isabella, about the videos on the phone in her purse, about a little girl who believed that magic was everywhere if you just remembered to look for it. What would Isabella think of Marcus? Elizabeth could imagine her daughter's reaction to meeting a Marine who fixed cars for people who couldn't afford repairs. Isabella would have asked him 100 questions about engines and soldiers and whether he'd ever seen a real tank. But more than that, Elizabeth could imagine Isabella's reaction to learning that Marcus had a daughter he'd never met. That would have made her indignant in the way that only children could be, with their simple sense of justice and their belief that problems existed to be solved. "Why doesn't he visit her?" Isabella would have asked. "Because sometimes grown-ups make things more complicated than they need to be," Elizabeth would have answered. "That's silly," Isabella would have said. "Daddies should know their little girls." Elizabeth pulled out her phone and called Sarah. "I need you to get me more information on Marcus Rivera's daughter, Sofia Rivera, currently living in Phoenix with her mother, Carmen Rodriguez. I want to know about custody arrangements, current living situation, anything that might be relevant." "Ma'am, that's getting into some very personal territory." "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." Elizabeth hung up and returned to staring out the window. In her reflection, she could see the ghost of the woman she'd been before Isabella died. Confident, decisive, unafraid to pursue what she wanted. That woman had built a billion-dollar company by seeing opportunities that others missed and acting on them before anyone else understood what was happening. Maybe it was time for that woman to solve a different kind of problem. 2 hours later, Sarah returned with a second file, this one thinner but somehow heavier with implications. "The Phoenix information you requested," she said, setting it carefully on Elizabeth's desk. And ma'am, I have to say, this feels like we're crossing some ethical boundaries. Elizabeth opened the file without responding to Sarah's concern. Inside were photographs that made her breath catch. A little girl with dark hair and her father's serious eyes, playing in a playground while a woman watched from a nearby bench. Sofia Rivera, at 4 years old, captured in the unconscious joy of childhood, unaware that somewhere in Los Angeles, a man who shared her DNA was thinking about her every day. The accompanying report was clinical but devastating. Carmen Rodriguez worked as a nursing assistant and lived in a one-bedroom apartment with Sofia. Their financial situation was described as precarious but stable, which Elizabeth understood to mean they had enough to survive, but nothing extra for emergencies or opportunities. Sofia attended a public preschool with classes of 30 children and teachers who were paid barely enough to care. The custody documents told a story of fear and misunderstanding. Carmen had filed for divorce and sole custody after Marcus had what the court papers described as a violent episode triggered by a car backfiring outside their apartment. He'd thrown himself over Sofia's crib, thinking they were under attack, and in the process had knocked over furniture and shouted orders that belonged on a battlefield, not in a nursery. Carmen's statement to the court was heartbreaking in its sincerity. I know Marcus loves Sofia, and I know he would never hurt her intentionally, but I can't risk our daughter's safety on his good days when his bad days are so unpredictable. He needs help that I don't know how to give him. The modified custody order allowed for supervised visitation, but Marcus had never pursued it. According to the file, he'd signed the divorce papers without contest, agreed to child support payments he couldn't afford, and essentially disappeared from Sofia's life rather than risk causing her trauma. Elizabeth understood that choice in a way that surprised her. After Isabella's accident, Elizabeth had briefly considered stepping down from Meridian Technologies, convinced that her focus on business had somehow contributed to her daughter's death. The logic wasn't rational. There was no universe in which Elizabeth's presence at a board meeting had caused a distracted driver to run a red light. But grief didn't follow logical patterns. Marcus had made the opposite choice, but for similar reasons. He'd removed himself from Sofia's life not because he didn't love her, but because he loved her enough to protect her from his own damage. It was a sacrifice that Elizabeth could recognize because she'd contemplated similar ones during her darkest moments after Isabella's death. But it was also a tragedy that didn't have to be permanent. Elizabeth picked up her phone and dialed a number she hadn't called in months. Breakthrough Family Services, answered a voice that Elizabeth recognized as Dr. Rebecca Martinez, a family therapist who specialized in military families and trauma recovery. Rebecca, it's Elizabeth Chen. I need to ask you about something, hypothetically. Elizabeth, it's good to hear from you. How are you doing? The question was loaded with subtext. Dr. Martinez had been Isabella's therapist during the brief period when Elizabeth had thought her daughter might benefit from professional help processing her parents' divorce. After Isabella's death, Dr. Martinez had reached out several times, offering grief counseling that Elizabeth had politely declined. I'm managing, Elizabeth said, which was her standard response to questions about her well-being. But I'm calling about someone else. Hypothetically, if a veteran with PTSD had custody rights to a young child, but wasn't exercising them because of concerns about his condition, what would it take to make supervised visitation successful? That's very specific for a hypothetical question. Elizabeth smiled despite herself. Dr. Martinez had always been perceptive. Let's say I know someone in this situation, and I'm wondering what kind of support might be helpful. Well, theoretically, successful reintegration would require several things. First, the veteran would need current treatment for his PTSD, preferably with someone who specializes in military trauma. Second, there would need to be a safe, neutral location for visits, with professional supervision, at least initially. Third, the ex-spouse would need to be involved in the process to ensure everyone feels secure. Elizabeth made mental notes. Treatment, location, professional supervision, cooperation from the ex-wife. All problems that could be solved with the right resources and approach. Hypothetically, What if resources weren't an issue? Elizabeth asked. If resources weren't an issue, you could probably create an ideal situation. Family therapy, trauma counseling, maybe even a specialized facility designed for supervised visits. The key would be patience and professional oversight. And the success rate for these kinds of interventions? High, if everyone involved is committed to the process and the veteran is genuinely motivated to address his trauma. PTSD is treatable, Elizabeth. It takes work, but it's not a permanent barrier to healthy relationships. After Elizabeth hung up, she sat in her office as the afternoon light shifted across her desk, thinking about the choices that had brought her to this moment. 3 days ago, she'd been a grieving mother whose connection to her daughter had been severed by a cracked phone screen. Now she was contemplating an intervention in the life of a man who'd shown her kindness without expecting anything in return. It wasn't gratitude driving her, though gratitude was part of it. It wasn't pity, though Marcus's situation deserved compassion. It was something more complex, a recognition that in a world that had taken her daughter away, she had the power to give someone else their child back. Isabella had believed in magic, in the possibility that broken things could be fixed if you cared enough to try. Maybe this was Elizabeth's chance to believe in magic too. She called Sarah one more time. I need you to set up a meeting with Dr. Rebecca Martinez. Tell her I want to discuss funding a specialized program for military families dealing with custody issues related to combat trauma. A new philanthropic initiative? Elizabeth looked at the files on her desk, at the photos of Sofia Rivera, at the evidence of Marcus's sacrifices and struggles. Something like that. And should I include this in your tax planning discussions? No, Elizabeth said quietly. This one isn't about tax benefits. The sun was setting over Los Angeles, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink that reminded Elizabeth of Isabella's favorite crayons. Somewhere in the city, Marcus was probably trying to figure out how to rebuild his life without tools or prospects. Somewhere in Phoenix, a little girl named Sophia was going to bed without knowing that her father thought about her every night. But tomorrow, Elizabeth was going to start changing both of those situations. Not because it made business sense, not because it offered her any advantage, but because a man in a garage had shown her that some things were worth more than money. Like a daughter's laugh recorded on a broken phone, like a father's love for a child he'd never had the chance to know, like the magic that existed everywhere, if you just remembered to look for it. Elizabeth opened her purse and touched Isabella's phone, its screen dark but its memory intact. Tomorrow she would start watching the videos, listening to her daughter's voice, remembering what it felt like to believe that problems existed to be solved rather than endured. And maybe, if she was very careful and very lucky, she could solve one for someone else. The morning mist clung to Roosevelt Avenue like a promise that hadn't quite decided whether to keep itself. Elizabeth Chen sat in the back of her black Mercedes, watching Marcus Rivera's garage through tinted windows as the sun burned through the Los Angeles haze. 3 weeks had passed since their meeting. 3 weeks since she'd walked away from his empty shop carrying Isabella's phone and a puzzle she couldn't solve. Now she was back, and this time she wasn't carrying questions. She was carrying answers that might change everything. The garage looked exactly as she'd left it, broken, hollow, a monument to dreams that had been foreclosed on and hauled away in the back of a repo truck. The for lease sign in the window had faded under the relentless California sun, and weeds pushed through cracks in the parking lot with the stubborn persistence of life refusing to be defeated. But Elizabeth saw something different when she looked at the building now. She saw possibility wrapped in peeling paint and potential hidden beneath years of deferred maintenance. Beside her on the leather seat lay a folder thick with architectural plans, contractor estimates, and legal documents that had taken 2 weeks and considerable financial persuasion to expedite. The folder represented more than renovation, it represented resurrection, the kind of transformation that could only happen when someone with unlimited resources decided that money was just a tool for building miracles.
Good day for a date. Bad day for kate. Baka dandruff yan. Mag Head and Shoulders every day. Prevent dandruff and kate from coming back. So you're up to 100% dandruff-free every day. Head and Shoulders.
Downy Mystic.
Ulan! Naku, amoy kulog. Balik washing na naman.
Use Downy Mystic with 24-hour perfume bango. Iwas kulog, iwas paulit-ulit laban. Perfume bango! Downy!
Ma'am, said David Chen, her head of security and no relation despite the shared surname, Mr. Rivera should be arriving shortly. Are you sure you want to proceed without giving him advance notice? Elizabeth touched the phone in her purse. Isabella's voice still trapped behind its cracked screen like a butterfly in amber. Over the past 3 weeks, she'd finally found the courage to watch the videos, all 17 of them, including the dinosaur song that had made her laugh and cry simultaneously. Isabella's presence filled those digital moments with such intensity that Elizabeth could almost forget her daughter was gone, could almost believe that the laughter was happening in real time, rather than echoing from a past that felt both yesterday and forever ago. Surprises can be good, Elizabeth said, though she wasn't entirely convinced of her own words. In her experience, surprises in business were usually catastrophes that someone had failed to anticipate. But this wasn't business. This was something else entirely, something she didn't have a name for yet. Marcus's pickup truck appeared at the end of the street, its primer-spotted paint and slightly off-center bumper making it stand out among the sleeker vehicles that occasionally ventured into this neighborhood. Elizabeth watched him park in front of the garage, his movements carrying the careful economy she'd noticed before, no wasted motion, every action deliberate and controlled. He climbed out wearing the same work clothes from their first meeting, jeans that had seen actual labor and a flannel shirt that had been washed so many times it had achieved the softness that only came from honest use. Marcus walked to the garage door and stood there for a moment, staring at the building like he was saying goodbye to something. Elizabeth knew from her investigators that he'd been coming here every few days, not to work. There was no work to be done without tools, but just to stand in the empty space and remember what it had felt like to build something meaningful. The ritual struck her as both heartbreaking and hopeful, the behavior of someone who hadn't given up despite having every reason to surrender. "Now," Elizabeth said to David, who spoke quietly into his earpiece. Within seconds, the street filled with purposeful activity. 2 vans pulled up behind Marcus's truck, their side panels sliding open to reveal teams of workers in matching uniforms. A 3rd vehicle arrived, carrying someone in an expensive suit who moved with the brisk efficiency of a man accustomed to making presentations to people who could afford not to listen. Marcus spun around at the sound of approaching footsteps, his hand instinctively moving to his pocket in the defensive gesture Elizabeth had seen before. But his posture relaxed when he recognized her emerging from the Mercedes, and something that might have been relief crossed his face. "Elizabeth," he said, using her first name, as if they were old friends rather than near, strangers bound together by a single act of kindness. "I wasn't expecting to see you again. I hope you don't mind the intrusion?" Elizabeth replied, gesturing to the small army of workers who were already unloading equipment from their vehicles. "But I have something I'd like to show you." Marcus looked around at the activity with the wariness of someone who'd learned that unexpected visitors usually brought bad news. "If this is about that reward again—" "It's not about money," Elizabeth interrupted gently. "At least, not in the way you're thinking." The man in the expensive suit approached with the confident stride of someone who made his living selling dreams to people with enough money to buy them. He was tall, silver-haired, and carried himself with the kind of authority that came from knowing his presentations were usually followed by very large checks. "Mr. Rivera," Elizabeth said, "I'd like you to meet Jonathan Price from Price Associates Architecture. Jonathan, this is Marcus Rivera." Jonathan extended a hand that had never changed motor oil or rebuilt a transmission. "Mr. Rivera, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard remarkable things about your work here." Marcus shook the offered hand while shooting Elizabeth a look that suggested he was beginning to suspect this meeting was more complicated than a casual visit. "My work here is pretty much finished," he said. "Hard to run an auto shop without tools." "Actually," Jonathan said, pulling a tablet from his briefcase with the practiced smoothness of someone who lived and breathed digital presentations, "that's exactly what we're here to discuss." Ms. Chen has commissioned our firm to design something rather special for this location. The tablet screen came to life with architectural renderings that made Marcus take a step backward. The images showed his garage transformed beyond recognition, expanded, modernized, equipped with technology that belonged in facilities serving million-dollar race cars rather than neighborhood vehicles, held together with hope and duct tape. This is the proposed Rivera Community Automotive Center, Jonathan said, swiping through images that seemed to glow with possibility.
Narito na ang totoong number 1. Ako, at Taxidio, fantastic Taxidio. Na-serve namin ang number
12 service bays, state-of-the-art diagnostic equipment, a complete machine shop, and classroom space for automotive education programs. Marcus stared at the screen like it was showing him images from another planet. I don't understand. Elizabeth stepped closer, watching his face as Jonathan continued the presentation. The design incorporates sustainable technology solar panels, energy-efficient lighting, water reclamation systems, but the real innovation is in the community programming. We've included space for vocational training, after-school programs for young people interested in automotive careers, and a tool library where community members can borrow equipment for personal projects. A tool library, Marcus repeated slowly, and Elizabeth caught the catch in his voice. She knew from her research how much the loss of his grandfather's tools had hurt, how watching them roll away on a repo truck had felt like losing family history along with his livelihood. The facility would serve as both a working garage and an educational center, Jonathan continued, warming to his subject. A place where experienced mechanics could train the next generation while providing affordable automotive services to the community. Think of it as a hybrid between a traditional garage and a trade school. Marcus looked up from the tablet to Elizabeth, his eyes carrying questions he didn't know how to ask. He paused, searching for words. This is beautiful, but I don't understand why you're showing me this. Elizabeth had rehearsed this moment during the drive over, but now that it was here, her prepared words felt inadequate. How do you explain to someone that their kindness had inspired you to build a cathedral of second chances? How do you tell a man who'd lost everything that you wanted to give him something better than what he'd had before? Because I want you to run it, she said simply. The words hung in the morning air like a challenge to everything Marcus thought he knew about how the world worked. In his experience, good things didn't happen to people who'd been broken by war and bankruptcy. Opportunities like this came with strings attached, conditions that would eventually reveal themselves as hooks designed to catch people who'd been desperate enough to believe in miracles. Elizabeth, Marcus said carefully, I appreciate what you're trying to do, but I can't accept charity. We talked about this. This isn't charity, Elizabeth replied, and there was steel beneath the silk of her voice. This is a business proposition. I'm not offering you a handout, I'm offering you a job. Jonathan cleared his throat diplomatically. Perhaps I should mention that the financial projections for the facility are quite robust. Community automotive centers in similar demographics have shown consistent profitability, especially when they combine service revenue with educational programming. Elizabeth pulled a document from her purse, its pages crisp with the authority of expensive legal preparation. This is a contract for you to serve as Director of Operations for the Rivera Community Automotive Center. The salary is competitive with similar positions in the private sector, plus performance bonuses tied to both financial metrics and community impact measures. Marcus took the contract with hands that trembled slightly. The salary figure at the top made him blink. Twice it was more than he'd ever made in his best year at the garage, enough to live with dignity rather than just survival. But why? He asked, and Elizabeth heard the vulnerability beneath the question. Why would you do this for someone you barely know? Elizabeth thought about Isabella's dinosaur song, about the magic that existed everywhere if you just remembered to look for it. She thought about a little girl who would have been 8 years old now, who would have asked Marcus 100 questions about engines and insisted that everyone deserved kindness simply because they were human. Because 3 weeks ago, you showed me that there are still people in the world who choose to do the right thing even when it costs them everything, Elizabeth said. Because you gave me back something I thought was lost forever. And now I want to give you back something too. My garage was nothing compared to what you're proposing here. Your garage was everything to the people you serve, Elizabeth countered. Mrs. Gutierrez, Mr. Washington, all the families who kept their cars running because you cared more about helping them than making money. This facility would let you do the same thing, but on a larger scale and without worrying about whether you can afford to be decent. Marcus looked at the architectural renderings again, his finger tracing the outline of classroom spaces where young people could learn trades that would give them futures. When would this happen? Construction begins Monday, Jonathan said. With the right permits and contractor coordination, we're looking at completion in 4 months. 4 months, Marcus repeated. You've already filed permits and hired contractors for a building you don't own to create a job for someone who hasn't agreed to take it. Elizabeth smiled, the first genuine expression of amusement Marcus had seen from her. I bought the building last week, and the 3 properties adjacent to it. The permits took some expediting, but when you explain to city planners that you're creating jobs and educational opportunities in an underserved community, they tend to be cooperative. Marcus sat down hard on the concrete step in front of his former garage, the contract still in his hands. The weight of the opportunity was almost overwhelming. Not just the job, but the chance to build something lasting, something that could outlive him and continue helping people long after he was gone. There's something else, Elizabeth said, and something in her tone made Marcus look up sharply. A silver Honda Accord was pulling into the parking lot, its Arizona license plates catching the morning sunlight. Behind the wheel, a woman with dark hair and worried eyes was parking with the careful precision of someone navigating unfamiliar territory. In the passenger seat, a small figure was pressed against the window, her face bright with curiosity about the strange convoy of vehicles and workers. Marcus's breath caught in his throat as recognition hit him like a physical blow. Carmen, the woman stepping out of the Honda, was older than his memories, marked by 4 years of single parenthood and the kind of weariness that came from carrying responsibility without help. But her eyes were the same, and when she looked at Marcus, he saw recognition followed quickly by uncertainty. "Hello, Marcus," Carmen said, her voice carefully neutral. "Elizabeth called me. She said you might want to see Sophia." The little girl who climbed out of the passenger seat was Marcus's daughter, but also a stranger. 4 years old now, with his dark eyes and her mother's careful way of taking in new situations. She stayed close to Carmen, but studied Marcus with the frank curiosity of a child trying to figure out if he was someone she should know. "This is your daddy," Carmen said softly, kneeling beside Sophia. "Remember, I told you about him during the drive?" Sophia nodded solemnly, then looked at Marcus with the kind of directness that only children could manage. "Mommy says you fix cars." Marcus's voice came out rougher than he intended. "I do, or I did."
Kakalinis lang ng kotse. Pero pabalik-balik ang mabahong amoy. Hindi naman pwedeng araw-arawin ng linisan. I-clip ang Ambipure para feel ang freshness. Fights odors para sa pangmatagalang freshness in between car washes.
"I used to. I like cars," Sophia announced, "especially red ones. Do you like red cars?" "Red cars are good," Marcus managed, his eyes burning with tears he refused to let fall. "They're fast. Can you show me how to fix them?" The question hit Marcus in the chest like shrapnel, sharp and unexpected. This was his daughter, his flesh and blood, a person who shared his DNA and apparently his interest in automotive mechanics. And she was asking him to teach her something. 4 years of absence compressed into a single moment of connection. "Would you like that?" he asked. Sophia nodded enthusiastically, then looked at the workers unloading equipment. "Are you going to fix cars here?" Marcus looked around at the construction crew, at Jonathan with his tablet full of impossible dreams, at Elizabeth standing quietly beside her Mercedes like a fairy godmother who happened to be a billionaire. "Maybe," he said. "Would that be okay with you?" I think that would be very okay, Sophia said. With the gravity of someone making an important decision, Carmen stepped forward, her expression mixing hope with protective caution. Elizabeth explained about the facility, about the supervised visitation program she's funding, if you're serious about wanting to be part of Sophia's life. I am, Marcus said immediately. I've wanted to be part of her life every day since I lost the right to try. Dr. Martinez says you've been making progress with your therapy, Carmen continued, and the program Elizabeth described sounds comprehensive. Family counseling, trauma treatment, gradual reintegration under professional supervision. Marcus looked at Elizabeth, understanding beginning to dawn. You did all of this. The building, the job, bringing them here, this was all planned. Not planned, Elizabeth corrected. Hoped for. I hoped that if I could give you back your work, you might be ready to fight for your daughter. And I hoped that if Carmen saw you in a stable environment with professional support, she might be willing to let Sophia know her father. Sophia had wandered over to one of the construction workers who was explaining the function of a power drill with the patience of someone who had children of his own. Her laughter carried across the parking lot, clear and bright as a bell, and Marcus felt something shift in his chest. Not healing that would take time, but the possibility of healing. The sense that maybe he could learn to be whole again. There are conditions, Carmen said, her voice taking on the firmness of a mother protecting her child. Weekly therapy sessions, both individual and family counseling. Random drug and alcohol screenings, even though I know that's not your issue. And all visits supervised, for at least the first 6 months. I'll do whatever it takes, Marcus said, and meant it. The program Dr. Martinez designed is extensive, Elizabeth added. Trauma counseling specifically for military families, parenting classes for fathers dealing with PTSD, even financial planning to help ensure stability. Everything you need to rebuild your relationship with Sophia safely and sustainably. Marcus stood up slowly, still holding the employment contract in one hand while watching his daughter charm a construction worker with questions about power tools. The morning sun was getting stronger, burning away the last of the mist and revealing Roosevelt Avenue in sharp detail, the neighborhood he'd chosen to serve, the community that had become his family when his real family had fractured under the weight of trauma he hadn't known how to carry. Why? He asked Elizabeth one more time. Why go to all this trouble for someone you met 3 weeks ago? Elizabeth walked to her Mercedes and returned with something in her hands. Isabella's phone, its cracked screen reflecting the morning light, like broken dreams trying to remember how to shine. Because 3 weeks ago, you gave me back my daughter's voice, she said quietly. Because you showed me that kindness still exists in a world that had made me forget. And because Isabella would have wanted me to help you know your daughter while you still can. She unlocked the phone and played one of the videos Isabella singing about friendly dinosaurs who help their friends. Sophia heard the music and wandered over, drawn by the universal appeal of another child's laughter. Who's that? Sophia asked, pointing at the screen. That's Isabella, Elizabeth said. She was about your age when she made this video. She liked to sing songs about animals. I like animals too, Sophia said. Daddy, do you like animals? Marcus looked at his daughter, then at Elizabeth, then at the architectural plans for a facility that could transform his neighborhood. All of it felt impossible. Too much good fortune for someone who'd been living on borrowed time and exhausted hope. I like the animals that help their friends, he said, echoing Isabella's song. Sophia clapped her hands with delight. Like in the song. Can we watch more videos? Elizabeth handed the phone to Sophia, who settled cross-legged on the concrete to watch Isabella's dinosaur performance with the rapt attention that only children could bring to other children's art. Carmen knelt beside her daughter, one hand resting protectively on Sophia's shoulder while she watched Marcus watch their child. This is a lot to process, Carmen said quietly, for all of us. We'll go slow, Marcus replied, as slow as Sophia needs, as slow as you need. And if you have setbacks, if the PTSD gets bad again, Marcus thought about the nightmares that still woke him some nights, about the way loud noises could send him back to Afghanistan without warning, about the therapy sessions where he was learning to carry his trauma without letting it carry him. Then I'll get help, he said, and I'll be honest about what I'm going through instead of pretending I'm fine when I'm not. Jonathan approached with diplomatic timing, his tablet now showing interior renderings of the proposed facility. I hope I'm not interrupting, but I wanted to show you the design for the family areas. We've included a children's play space adjacent to the classroom area, so young visitors can engage with automotive education in age-appropriate ways. Sophia looked up from the phone, still giggling at Isabella's performance. Can I learn to fix cars here? If your mom says it's okay, Marcus said, glancing at Carmen for permission he wasn't sure he deserved. Carmen studied the architectural plans, her eyes moving from the family spaces to the educational areas to the professional counseling offices that Elizabeth had insisted be included in the design. It looks comprehensive, she said finally, like a place where families could actually heal instead of just surviving. That was now exploring the construction site with the fearless curiosity that made Marcus's heart race and swell simultaneously. She peppered the workers with questions about their tools, their plans, their opinions on which color would be best for the building's exterior. She's going to be a handful, Carmen said, but there was pride in her voice. She's perfect, Marcus replied, watching Sophia attempt to help a worker organize screws by size. She's absolutely perfect. The morning turned into afternoon, as architectural plans became real discussions about timelines and programming. Sophia appointed herself assistant to various workers, offering suggestions for improvement that were taken with the kind of seriousness that good people showed curious children. Carmen and Marcus found themselves talking carefully, with professional mediation from Dr. Tages. Martinez, who had arrived to observe the initial family interaction about schedules and expectations, and the slow work of rebuilding trust. Elizabeth watched from the periphery, her phone capturing occasional photos of Marcus and Sophia working together to sort construction materials. The images would join Isabella's videos in her digital gallery of moments too precious to trust to memory alone. She thought about her daughter's belief in magic, about the way children could see possibilities that adults had trained themselves to ignore. This was magic, Elizabeth realized. Not the flashy kind that belonged in fairy tales, but the quiet kind that happened when broken things were given the chance to heal. Marcus was getting his daughter back. Sophia was getting her father. And Carmen was getting support she'd never had before. The community was getting a facility designed to serve their needs, and Elizabeth was getting something she hadn't expected. The sense that Isabella's memory was being honored not through monuments or foundations, but through acts of pure kindness that rippled outward, like stones thrown into still water. As the sun began to set over Roosevelt Avenue, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink that reminded Elizabeth of Isabella's favorite crayons, the construction crew packed up their equipment and the architects rolled up their plans. Sophia had fallen asleep against Marcus's shoulder while he showed her pictures of the engines they would someday rebuild together. Her small hand curled around his fingers, like a promise she was too young to understand, but old enough to mean. Thank you, Marcus said to Elizabeth as Carmen carried Sophia to their car for the drive back to Phoenix. For all of this, for seeing something in me that I'd forgotten existed. Thank you, Elizabeth replied, for reminding me that some things are worth more than money, and for showing Sophia that her father is someone worth knowing. The Rivera Community Automotive Center would open 6 months later, on a morning when the neighborhood gathered to watch Marcus cut a ribbon that had been Isabella's favorite shade of purple. Sophia would be there, wearing tiny safety goggles and carrying a child-sized wrench that Marcus had specially made for her. Carmen would be there too, holding Marcus's other hand and wearing an engagement ring that had belonged to his grandmother because some love stories were worth a second chance, and some families were worth the fight to rebuild them. But on this evening, as Elizabeth drove back to her empty penthouse and Marcus stood in front of his former garage, watching construction lights illuminate the foundation of something entirely new, both of them understood that they had witnessed the kind of magic that Isabella had always insisted was everywhere if you just remembered to look for it. Sometimes losing everything was just the beginning of finding what you were meant to build. Sometimes a cracked phone and a stranger's kindness could rebuild more than just broken dreams. They could rebuild broken people, broken families, and broken communities one act of decency at a time. And sometimes, if you were very lucky and very brave, magic looked exactly like a little girl learning to fix cars in a garage built from love and second chances, while her father taught her that the best engines were the ones that helped other people get where they needed to go.
Hindi pa katapusan, pero ubos na sa pusa lang siya. Imposible na ako malapit sa sinabi.
Posible? Saan yan? Pinadami nila kita, pero same price.
One wash means ano, naabot sa katapusan. Imposible? Posible sa Ariel.
Kaunti lang ang nakakaalam nito, pero matagal na akong may diabetes. At kamakailan lang, dahil sa sakit na ito, napilitan akong gumamit ng wheelchair. Ako'y 43 taong gulang at nagsimula ang mga seryosong problema 2 taon na ang nakalilipas. Nagsimula ito sa palagiang pagkapagod, bigla ang pagtaas ng blood sugar at matitinding sakit ng ulo. Umiinom ako ng mga tableta, sumunod sa diet, at nag-iniksyon ng insulin. Lahat ayon sa payo ng mga doktor. Pero lalo lang akong lumala. Pagkatapos ng 1 taon, nagsimula akong mawalan ng pakiramdam sa aking mga binti. Lumitaw ang pamamaga, pananakit ng ibabang bahagi ng likod, at pagkatapos ay mga problema sa puso. Nasa wheelchair na ako noon, pero umaasa pa rin ako na makakatulong ang medisina. Gumastos ako ng malaking halaga sa mga doktor, pagsusuri, at gamot. Pero wala namang nangyari. Walang makapagsabi kung ano talaga ang nangyayari. Tinanggap ko na lang na ito na ang magiging buhay ko. Hanggang sa isang araw, nakita ko sa Facebook ang isang video kung saan si Dr. Alvin Francisco ay diretsyong tinawag na mga tanga ang mga taong patuloy na ginagamot ang diabetes gamit lang ang mga tableta at insulin. Sa una, naasar ako, pero pinanood ko ang video hanggang dulo at doon ko naintindihan ang lahat. Tama siya. Masyado tayong naging tiwala sa mga gamot na ang ginagawa lang ay takpan ng tunay na problema. Pakinggan ninyo mismo ang sinasabi ni Dr. Alvin Francisco.
Ang patuloy na paggamot ng diabetes gamit ang mga tableta at insulin, isa lang itong kahangalan. Hindi ito tunay na lunas, isa itong dead end. Hindi kayang ibalik ng mga tableta ang pagiging sensitibo ng mga reseptor. Hindi nila pinoprotektahan ang mga organo at hindi rin nila pinapatatag ang metabolismo. Itinutulak lang nila ang asukal papasok sa mga laman loob habang unti-unting sinisira ang katawan mula sa loob. Akala mo kontrolado mo ang sitwasyon. Pero habang iniisip mong ayos lang ang lahat, unti-unting winawasak ng asukal ang iyong mga ugat.
The soldier returned home, inheriting a dilapidated mansion that his ex-wife's entire family considered worthless trash. But inside that very place, he and his daughter uncovered a truth so powerful, it forced those who once called him useless to bow their heads in shame. Laughter and chatter echoed across the lush green lawn. Inside Sophia's family's grand old estate, the atmosphere was one of celebration, part birthday party for the grandmother, part gathering of the town's most influential figures. Everything was going smoothly, until the iron gate creaked open. Thomas Miller, 45, stood at the entrance with a weathered military duffel slung over one shoulder. He wore a pale blue shirt and simple khaki pants. Thinner than before, sun-darkened skin, but he stood tall. Beside him, a little girl Ella wore a modest dress, her hair neatly braided into 2 pigtails. Her wide eyes shimmered with both nervousness and excitement. Her small hand clutched her father's tightly. No one greeted them. Conversations paused. Heads turned. Thomas walked a few steps forward and stopped just at the edge of the white banquet carpet. "I'm here to pick up Ella." His voice wasn't loud, but clear enough for those nearby to hear. Sophia turned around. Her red lips tightened for a few seconds before curling into a practiced smile. "You're a little early." Thomas extended a sheet of paper. "According to the court's order, today's the day I take her to live with me. The first 3 months are a trial period. After that, both sides' attorneys will re-evaluate. Sophia looked at the paper as if it were the menu from a roadside diner. Yes, I remember. Then she tilted her head toward the child. Ella, do you want to go? Ella looked up at her mother, then at her father. She gave a slight nod, said nothing. A nearby cousin scoffed under her breath. Well, well, the soldier dad has come to pick up his child. A middle-aged man leaned on the table and added, "Didn't I hear Thomas inherited that old wreck of a house on the hill? Pretty sure even the rats wouldn't live there now." Snickers rippled through the crowd. Thomas said nothing. He knelt down and adjusted Ella's shoe strap with quiet precision. She squeezed his hand slightly, her eyes welling with tears. Sophia crossed her arms. Her smile had vanished, replaced with a cold, cutting edge. "Thomas, I'm not stopping you from taking her. That's your legal right. But if you're really planning to bring her to a place that lacks basic necessities, then I reserve the right to file for a reassessment of her living conditions." Thomas stood up straight. "My daughter needs someone who truly loves her, not luxury. I'll make sure she has everything she needs. What your relatives think doesn't concern me." Another relative chimed in, fanning the flames. "But Sophia has a point. Raising a girl like that, isn't it the same as abandoning her?" Sophia's lips curved into a final blow. "If my daughter has to live in a place like that, it's just one misfortune after another." The air went still. The only sound was the soft clink of a spoon against porcelain from a nearby table. Thomas looked at Sophia for a long moment. No anger, no rebuttal. Just looked. Then he turned to Ella, gently took her hand, and said just loud enough for everyone to hear, "Let's go home, sweetheart."
The first signs of sciatic nerve decay may surprise you. Most people don't know this, but the real reason behind searing sciatic nerve pain has less to do with a bulging disc or a spine disorder than we first thought. Nearly 90% of adults 60 years of age or older have bulging discs or disc degeneration, but absolutely no pain symptoms. Here's the problem. No matter what type of pain remedies you take or therapies you try, you're often only addressing the symptoms, not the real root cause. Leading experts are now blaming one common yet pervasive vitamin deficiency on the rising sciatic nerve pain epidemic. You've likely never heard of this one little-known vitamin deficiency before, but since 2023, it has been spreading like wildfire among adults over 50. If you or a loved one suffer from symptoms of sciatic nerve decay, such as moderate to severe pain in your lower back, hips, buttocks, or down your leg, numbness or weakness in your lower back, hips, buttocks, legs, or feet, if you said yes to any of those symptoms, you may be a victim of this one deficiency. Here's the problem. No matter what type of pain relievers you take or therapies you try, you're only addressing the symptoms, not the real root cause. Listen, eventually it will get harder and harder to sit in the car for very long, harder to walk your dog or even go to the bathroom by yourself. This is when your family starts wondering if you're able to take care of yourself. Eventually, this one deficiency takes over and corrodes your joints, degenerates your muscles, and even wreaks havoc on your brain, and can even wipe away your memories. And I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but that means you may be stuck with the pain forever, and it could get much worse. This one deficiency has been linked to dementia, kidney failure, heart disease, and other deadly conditions. That is why there is over a 70% failure rate in all sciatic nerve pain treatments, even including risky procedures. Did you know that you can relieve sciatic nerve pain while you sleep? Fortunately, there is one little-known vitamin that can immediately replenish this deficiency, and in many cases relieve the discomfort associated with it. In fact, 65-year-old patients who were completely dependent on pain relievers and expensive therapies and chiropractic visits for over years are now walking and moving better than ever without any discomfort. And what they found was shocking. Not only did it provide nearly immediate discomfort relief, but many of the subjects also reported enhanced sleep, mood, and all-day electrifying energy. It was even clinically tested as a vitamin therapy, for those with failed back surgery syndrome. Our friends at sciaticaresearchcenter.org made a free presentation that shares these studies and further details on the effects of this vitamin for sciatic nerve pain sufferers over 50. I urge you to stop what you're doing and tap the blue Watch Now button below right now to watch a free special video that will show you how to target this one vitamin deficiency and immediately relieve the discomfort associated with it. More than 48,000 people of all ages are already taking this one vitamin and can finally live their lives again on their feet. If you're still here, then click the Watch More button now to discover why this is the #1 vitamin for sciatic nerve pain sufferers and how it can help you. Click below now before it's too late.
Your mother already made her choice. The father and daughter walked out of the garden, passing through a sea of eyes, some pitiful, some scornful, some indifferent. But Ella didn't look back. She clung to her father's hand, as if it were the only solid thing left in her life. And as their figures disappeared behind the trees, no one noticed. One guest quietly slipped out their phone and recorded the entire scene. That video, just days later, would go viral across social media with a single headline. Poor father humiliated at the party, but his response left the entire crowd speechless. The father and daughter left the party grounds shortly after. Their small pickup truck turned onto a narrow dirt path, its tires crunching over loose gravel that whispered like murmurs from beneath the earth. The road was deserted. Not a soul in sight. When the truck finally came to a stop in front of a rusted iron gate, Ella pressed her forehead against the window and whispered, "Is this our new home, Dad?" Thomas didn't answer right away. He turned off the engine, leaned forward with both hands on the steering wheel, and stared through the mesh of rusted metal. Beyond the gate stood a 3-story mansion, looming like a forgotten memory, its walls mottled and peeling, the roof uneven, tangled vines clinging all the way up to the eaves. One side of the balcony had collapsed completely, leaving only a splintered beam. The air was damp, heavy, with the smell of moss and decaying earth, soaking into the late afternoon wind. Thomas stepped out, walked around to the back of the truck, and pulled out a suitcase and backpack. He returned and extended a hand toward his daughter. Ella hesitated for a few seconds before taking his hand and climbing down. Her dress caught on weeds that had grown past her knees. Thomas pulled out an old key. It took 3 full turns before the gate creaked open with a long guttural groan, like something waking up from deep underground. As they stepped inside, Ella tilted her head back and looked up at the house. "Has anyone ever lived here before?" Thomas replied simply, "It used to belong to your great-uncle. He passed away long ago. I inherited the house." The front door swayed slightly as he pushed it open with his shoulder. A rush of smells hit them: dust, rotting wood, the thick breath of time itself. Inside, the wooden floorboards were crumbling, the walls covered in mildew, spider webs woven like drapes. Dim light filtered through a dust-coated window, not enough to clearly reveal the shapes inside. A toppled armchair lay on its side, a collapsed bookshelf. In the center of the living room, a framed photograph lay face down on the floor. The glass cracked. Thomas bent down and flipped it over. A black and white portrait of a young man standing in front of this very house, his face stern, his eyes dark and probing. His younger brother, Edmund, missing for nearly 20 years. Ella dijo nada. She walked forward, gently brushing the dusty table with her fingers. When Thomas finally managed to pry open the window shutters, sunlight burst into the room, casting everything into stark relief, every broken corner, every relic faded by time. Ella explored the first floor. The kitchen was a chaotic mess of rusted pots and an empty refrigerator. The study was stacked with old papers and maps of the surrounding land, scribbled with bold, brief notes. She paused at a heavy wooden door, which opened into an old library. This space felt different, as if it had been deliberately preserved. The walls were yellowed, the bookshelves dusty, but intact. In the center hung a painting, faded and flaking. It depicted something like a person standing in front of a patchy darkness. Ella squinted at it. It felt like the person wasn't standing at all, but hiding. Meanwhile, Thomas made his way upstairs. On a side table near the staircase, he found a small, worn leather notebook wedged between two outdated phone directories. Opening it, he immediately recognized Edmund's handwriting. On the very first page, a single line read, "Only when looking backward can we see what was left behind." He turned a few more pages. There were brief notes about wind passing through cracks in the walls, strange markings on a hand-drawn map, but most of the pages were blank. Thomas closed the notebook and walked back downstairs. That evening, they had dinner sitting on the wooden floor, which they had swept as best they could. A makeshift folding table, 2 takeaway meal boxes, and a single candle stuck into an old condensed milk can. Ella no comió mucho, but every so often she looked up at her father. "Dad," Thomas looked up. "This place, it might not be like Mum's house, but I think, even if there aren't toys here that I like, having you is enough." Thomas put down his fork, paused, then gave a soft nod. "Then maybe I didn't start off wrong." Ella sonrio. Just a little. Night fell, and the wind picked up. It howled through cracks in the doors, branches scraping against the walls like whispered voices outside. Thomas tucked Ella into a temporary bed, laid with folded blankets. She clutched her stuffed bear tightly and drifted off to sleep. Back in the living room, Thomas turned on a flashlight and reopened the notebook. The final page felt thicker than the others. Carefully, he ran a fingernail along the spine until a small, triangle-shaped piece of paper slipped out. It was a fragment of a map. The paper had yellowed with age. A red circle marked a location, labeled CR in ink, that looked completely different from the rest. Thomas sat still for a few minutes. Then he slipped the piece into his shirt pocket and looked up at the cracked photo of Edmund smiling faintly behind the broken glass. The words from earlier echoed in his mind. Only when looking backward. He didn't yet know what he had just opened. But deep down, something stirred inside him. Something about this house didn't sit right. And perhaps not every door we open leads us to what we hope to find. What else was waiting for him beyond this one? Thomas closed the brown leather notebook, his fingers still dusted with grime from the section of wall behind the fireplace he had just dismantled. Inside that old hidden cavity, there was nothing but a small yellowed piece of tracing paper, neatly folded into quarters. On it was a single line of handwriting, rough and uneven, like the scribble of someone contemplating something far greater than themselves. Not all memories are written in ink. The signature beneath, EBEB, stood for Edmund Bennett. The late uncle no one in Thomas's family had ever really talked about. Thomas sat in silence for a few seconds. He looked toward the library, in the house quiet, untouched, as if no one had ever set foot in it. Then he stood up, slipped his coat back on, let Ella continue sleeping in her room, and quietly took the bus into town. The town library was tucked behind a line of old maple trees, looking more like a forgotten chapel than a modern public space. Thomas pushed the door open. There was no one at the front desk, only the faint sound of a broom sweeping somewhere deep in the stacks. He was just about to head toward the archive section when a woman's voice floated up low, slightly husky and deliberate in its tone. "You're here. For Edmund Bennett, aren't you? Thomas turned, startled. An older woman with a thin frame and neatly pinned silver hair was peering at him from behind a shelf. Excuse me, how do you know who I am? Because you have his eyes. And no one walks into this place on a winter morning unless they're trying to unearth the past. She set the broom aside and stepped closer. I'm Margaret Chen. I used to work as a clerk at the town hall before I moved here. Edmund used to come to this library often in his final years. If you're his nephew, then... Thomas, still trying to process the moment, nodded. I'm Thomas. I just moved into the house he left behind. Margaret paused. Her face betrayed a mix of confusion and quiet emotion. He once said, "That house isn't meant for living. It's a doorway, a test. Not for those seeking rest." Thomas felt his heart quicken. That phrase. It was nearly identical to the message he had just found. Were you close to him? I knew him. But more than that, I owe him a debt of gratitude. After my husband passed, Edmund wrote me a letter by hand telling me, "Memories, when forgotten, are like the dead left unburied." Maybe that's why he left this with me. She opened a small drawer beneath the librarian's desk and pulled out an old envelope, its seal slightly loosened with age.
Ma, burger tayo sa labas. Yung sarap. Burger sa labas, pwede na sa loob. Pagbilang ng tatlo, may burger na tayo. Isa, dalawa, tatlo. CEO ng burger. 100% pure beef. Beefy sarap. CEO crispy burger. Burger made crispy. Crispy sarap. Pagbilang ng tatlo, may burger na tayo. CDO ulam and crispy burger. Rest na stop burger at home. CDO.
He sent it to me 15 years ago. Told me, only give it if someone from the family comes looking. And this morning, I dreamt of him. For the first time in all those years, Thomas took the envelope. His heart pounded as he saw his name written on the front. He opened it. Inside was a faded yellow sheet, the handwriting rough but deliberate. If you're reading this, it means you've taken the first step. Don't trust every wall. Don't overlook anything small. I've left behind 3 X marks: pantry, library, master bedroom. Each place a layer of mask. Whoever finds all 3 is the one I've placed my final trust in. Edmund Bennett. Included with the letter was a hand-drawn floor plan of the house, simple, but clearly marking 3 X's in red ink. Margaret raised her eyebrows as she glanced at the map. He used to say, "It's not a treasure, it's a vow, meant for someone with enough patience." Do you think you're that person? Thomas folded the letter, his hands still trembling. I'm not sure, but I don't think I can turn back now. And that very night, something happened. Something so unexpected, even Thomas hadn't seen it coming. For 2 nights in a row, Thomas hadn't been able to sleep soundly. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the face of his late Uncle Edmund appearing amid a pile of old papers, his eyes seeming to whisper something Thomas wasn't yet sharp enough to understand. Ever since moving into the house, it had felt like some drawn-out psychological game. A note in the kitchen drawer had read, "Only when the heart is willing to open will the room reveal its path." Then came the story the elderly librarian had told about Edmund, the man who once declared he wouldn't leave a single penny to anyone who didn't understand the true value of a home. Thomas had always believed in logic, in notarized documents, treasure. And a deep red X emerged, not like fresh ink, but like a
I've got this feeling that I'm eating my soul. Ay, nakakaiyak ako. Hindi ako makatulog, nagtataiyak ako. Ha?
Good morning, guys. Masarap ko ay pag-upo na sana kain tayo ng lugar na merong paan na manok. Yan, guys, at maaga. Thank you for watching. Good morning, guys. Masarap ko ay pag-upo na masabagan mo lang para ma-achieve mo yung goals dito sa Reels. So, 1 month na pala po guys yung channel. 1 month or 2 months, hindi ko masabagan mo lang para ma-achieve mo yung goals dito sa Reels. So, 1 month na pala po
Ha?
channel.
O, pagbabaan mo lang pa, o. Gawin mo lang 20 pa. Kasi dito mainit eh. Masakit siyang ko eh.
Rules dito sa Reels. So, 1 month na pala po. make it drop somewhere. Ay, gamay ko sa. Now get up, head in up somewhere. Hey, ay, grabe, Mike. Tsaka, Mike, that's all. Libre pala Mike dito, eh. From the top, make it drop somewhere. Ay, gamay ko sa. Now get up, head in up somewhere. Hey, ay, grabe, Mike. Tsaka, Mike, that's all. Libre pala Mike dito, eh. From the top, make it drop somewhere. Ay, gamay ko sa. Now get up, head in up somewhere. Hey, ay, grabe, Mike. Tsaka,
Palungan eh. Naunsa ka? Nagunsa ka na, murang kang nagpandar og chinso? Ako pa. Palungan eh. Naunsa ka?
Try daw na to, David. Totoo ba? Takpan. Tubig init. Pakulo natin. Isubsob natin kung hindi pa masira. At itapon natin galing 10th floor. Ilaglag natin to kung talagang totoo ba. Hindi siya nababasag. Okay, bye. Thank you for watching. Salamat nga pala sa sponsor ng aking cellphone. Thank you so much. Mga maring 2 weeks akong walang post, walang date at walang social media kasi sinira yung cellphone ko ng aking mga junakis. 2 cellphone sabay nasira. Salamat. Thank you so much sa sponsor nito. Maraming salamat. Everything
kaya hindi ka na ganon ka maramdamin. So, sabihin nila, hindi kumikibo or pinapabayaan na lang. Hindi sa ganon. Pinipili mo na ang dapat mong labanan. You choose your battle. Hindi lahat ng magsalita, papatulan mo. Hindi lahat ng mag-comment, may sagot ka. Lahat ng may patutsyada, bibirahin mo rin. Hindi po. Dumarating na tayo sa panahon na pinipili na natin kung ano yung talagang dapat ipaglaban. At ang mga opinion ay hindi na dapat ipinipilit sa mga ibang tao. Kasi nga po, iba-iba po tayo ng opinion. Kaya lagi po tayong may payo ni ma'am, turo ni ma'am, dala po yan ng ating mga karanasan. So, ang karanasan, ang pinakamagandang leksyon sa buhay ng tao. Kaya, payo ni ma'am, turo ni ma'am, God bless. Love ko po kayong lahat.
In the end, the girls instructed them to kill the kids and die alone. garbage can. Originally, she was the daughter of a villain. Because she fell in love with the son of the family driver, she not only gave him money back, but also let him ride and leave out to and from school with her every day. However, the son of the driver deceived everyone by saying that he was the son of a millionaire, and the girl was a servant, guiding classmates to bully and humiliate her. Eventually, he even killed the girl's whole family and seized billions in property. When the girl opened her eyes again, she found that she had returned to her school days. This time, she will make all those who have bullied her pay a tragic price.
Hey, Rebecca's tummy hurts. Go buy her some stomach medicine. And then, get a meal from the canteen with extra meat. She's so thin. We need to fatten her up.
God has eyes, and he's letting me back. Oh, Bruce. I was so foolish in my past life, and he gave me all for you. In return, I only got your betrayal and murder. But this time, I won't let you and Rebecca trample on me again. You just wait and see.
You spacing out? Hurry
wonder na marami ka na karanasan, marami ka na naranasan, marami ka na naranasan sa buhay. Marami ka na pinagdaan ng mga paglaban. Kaya hindi ka na ganun ka maramdamin. So, sabihin nila, ibo or napabayaan nila.
son. This project is top secret. Once you're in, you'll have no way to communicate with the outside world for 3 years. All right, no problem. Great. The project starts in a month. The four-school-year period is also 1 month long. Renee, for the past 5 years, I set my dream aside for you. From now on, I'm chasing my dreams. Mr. Gray, I'm here to visit. Finn, you're here. Mr. Gray, I might be leaving for a while. I won't be able to visit for the next 3 years. Why are you leaving for so long? I've decided to join the academy. Oh, that's wonderful. You turned them down for Renee's sake. I took a job at some research center in Atlanta. I always thought it was a pity. But you've been gone for so long. Is Renee okay with us? We got a divorce. I told you, this marriage wouldn't last. Don't be upset with it. Now you can finally live for yourself. It's better to end a marriage that wasn't meant to last. Yeah, it's for the best. Enough about me. Let's go see the kids. Oh, sure. And, all these years, I tried so hard to please her with countless gifts, but she never paid any heed. Are you really selling all this for just $9.19? Yeah. All right, Neil. No take backs.
The bank has received $9.90. Oh wow, you sure are a hillbilly. Are you even selling scraps now? Man, how dare you ignore me? You're always trying to suck up to us. Yeah, you're trying to ignore me? Hey, Finn Carter. Are you deaf? I'm talking to you.
What do you want?
Finn, you've got the nerve. How dare you talk to me this way? You better apologize now, or I'll throw out the breakfast you make tomorrow, mess up the laundry, and dirty the floors.
Whatever. Haven't you already been doing that for the past 5 years?
Finn Carter, listen here. Brady's first love is back. A stand-in like you will be kicked out in no time.
Yeah, don't say that about Mr. Carter. He's your brother-in-law.
Ha! A freeloader like him doesn't deserve that title. Mike, let me be honest with you. Renee has never stopped thinking about you. She flies over to see you every week and always buys you things. She even calls me sometimes just to say how much she misses you. Mike, don't you understand how she feels? Just say the word, and Renee will leave him in a heartbeat. Laura, that's enough. She really spouted nonsense.
Don't take it all right, Mr. Carter. Yara's always been born. It's fine. You're the student.
But I'm not wrong, am I? Finn, you'll just stand there. Hurry and take Mike's luggage inside. Renee already said he can stay here.
What?
Mike just got back, and his place is being renovated. The hotel isn't ideal for a long stay, so he'll be here for a few days.
Hey, maybe I should. This is your new wedding after all. I don't think Mr. Carter's happy with this.
Mike, who cares what he thinks? In our family, he's nothing more than a little servant. Mike, just make yourself at home. Finn is very understanding and won't get mad over something so trivial.
Of course, I won't get upset. Mr. Smith, make yourself at home. After all,
This hustle we're looking into. Swap maybe. Forget it, Renee. I don't want to compensate for you. I should just...
Don't. Just stay and make yourself out. I even cleaned a room for you.
You even cleaned a room for him?
Finn, what are you waiting for? Hurry and take Max's luggage. Inside.
Come on, Finny. Do it yourself.
Finn! Finn Carter! Was they exhausted? That is it. Thirsty. There's water. Finn, go make us something to eat. We're starving. Oh, right. Mike can't handle spicy food, so make sure to keep it mild.
I can't.
What?
What do you mean you can't? Aren't you the one who does the cooking? Why can't you cook today?
Finn, what's wrong with you? This is the second time you've refused me today. You never did this in the past 5 years. Are you upset just because Mike stayed over for a few days?
No. It's my fault. I shouldn't expect Mr. Carter to come through outside like...
It's not your fault. Finn, what do you mean by that?
I hurt my hand. I can't get it right for a while.
You're hurt.
After what Liza told me, if I could anchor with some bacons, I don't see one reason.
Why didn't you say so earlier? Were you planning to let us starve?
Sorry, don't say that. Mr. Carter didn't turn up on this. Okay, how about we go for a walk?
Friends at home.
You still remember?
Of course. That was our go-to spot back in high school. We had so many good memories there. Finn, why don't you come along? Go get changed. We'll wait for you.
Sorry, we only have 2 outfits, and the other one's in the wash. I'll pass. 2 outfits? Renee, where does Mr. Carter leave 2 outfits? During my time abroad, you bought me all these outfits. Mr. Carter's still your husband. You should pay him some attention too.
I've given them plenty of money, but I have no idea where to spend it.
You're out to all of it.
Renee, a hillbilly like him would never buy new clothes, no matter how much you give him.
Forget it. This outfit is fine too. Let's just go. Mike is starving. Let's go.
Just so a little longer, and freedom will be yours.
A seafood pot. Waitress, can I get a seafood pot? Like, I remember you love seafood.
Renee, you're so good to me.
Finn, are you allergic to it?
No,
this video guys, magluluto tayo ng nilaga. Beef nilaga. Beef nilaga. So ayan siya pa guys, malambot na yung patatas siya ng buong paminta, repolyo at saka patatas lang kasi medyo mahal yan at saka curd. Yan. Yan, meron mais kasi gusto yun ng mga bata. Okay. Para kumulo. Okay. And, yan. Tama lang yung alat. Tama lang guys. Pagpatis na lang at saka merong kalamansi and sili. Diba? Ay, toyo. Toyo. Sarap dito toyo. Okay? So, nakakatakot na rin guys. Mag-vlog mula bukas, nakakatakot na mag-vlog sa labas. Na meron kang mahagip na tao na hindi mo kilala. Pag hindi mo siya na-blur, malalot ang channel. Hindi kung ilang tao yun. Diba? Ang hirap kaya ay ako pa naman ako mag-init guys. So, kung gusto mo save yung videos mo, yung vlog mo, sa mundo ka nalang mag-vlog o kaya sa ilog o kaya sa dagat. Kasi pag sa family place, nasa batas na yun guys. Although hindi naman pasado yun ng Congress, pero binatas na po yun. Mga vlog ng Pilipinas, pag meron kayong vlogger, vlogs na meron mga mukha ng tao na hindi ka kailangan mo. Actually, kung di kailangan ng permiso, kailangan mo yung blur yung mukha ng tao. Yun na ngayon yung bagong rules. So, maging maingat tayo guys sa ating mga vlogs. At kailangan mag-register na daw po tayo. Kaya mahirap. Kaya kumulo na siya guys. So, okay yung ginagawa ni Cerusis. Kasi itama yung ginagawa mo sa mundo ka na nagbablog. Wala kang na, yung camera mo, wala nakakit na tao. Kasi kung meron mo na bukas, ay tama, July 15, pag merong mukha, kailangan i-blur mo. So, okay yung vlogging na nagluluto ka. So, kahit yung sa dagat, yung may mga malilito na may mahagip, lalo na kung mga bata. So, kailangan i-blur mo na yun. So, the best way is, pag-vlog ka magla sa bulok, sa ilog, kung merong mga tao, huwag kang mag-vlog, iwasan mo yun guys. Isa na yan ngayon na batas. Pwede naman bakit hindi, kaya lang ito-blur mo sila. Ang hirap ba mag-edit kaya ayaw mo? Di kagaya yan. Sa simbahan, di ba maraming tao? So, hindi ko alam kung okay lang na nakatalikod, pero kailangan yung tao i-blur. So, okay lang maglalakad ka sa kali na walang tao, saka ka mag-vlog. So, i-avoid mo mag-vlog na may mga tao na mga hagip yung mga mukha. Kasi talagang need mong i-blur yun. So, mag-vlog ka na lang na nagluluto ka right now, nilaga, beef, meat. Okay, safe pa. Diba? So, happy blessed Sunday everyone. Thank you for watching my vlog, my simple vlog guys. Okay? Ayan, at shout out to all my members and subscribers. So, thank you very much for watching. Till my next vlog. Off na namin guys. Okay? Alright guys. Bye for now. Till my next vlog.
Anytime, anywhere. Mix it in.
Mama Lian, good morning. Yan. Wow. Oo. Hindi ka pumasok? Ako pasok ka lang. Good morning. Say hi. Saan ka sa tubod ko? Ah, saan ka ka doon? Ah, okay. Yeah, oo.
As for that, so powerful as vitamin glutamine in a serum-first formula for a sun-protected glow.
Check.